Howdy. Morning, nerds. I am going to continue working on some video editing today. I did some video editing last night. Got through all of the Trial 7 videos that I had captured, which is the Followers Trial. Unfortunately, I did notice that there were several videos where I did not have gamepad or mouse and keyboard versions. I should say one or the other. I did not have the proper video for it. Happy Tuesday, Inc. Good to see you. And so as a result, I'm going to have to go and do some more recordings for Trial 7 just because I lack all the necessary ones for the gamepad and mouse and keyboard independent sign display. So that's okay, though. I don't want to do that right now. I want to get through all the videos I have, get done editing them, and then begin my pass of going ahead and putting them in the levels so that I can see how they, that I'm satisfied with how they look, and confirm that I do indeed need to do the other videos. So, your parents are 25 years together today. Well, congratulations. 25 years is no small feat. That's exciting. At least in America, the divorce rate is about 50%. And so I always love to see couples that stick together. I think it's important. I think it matters. So congrats to your parents. So yeah, we'll wrap up Trial 8's videos, which is going to be Alchemy, and Trial 9, which I have recordings for. And holy moly, Trial 9 has 24 different recordings. Trial 8 has 17, and here's hoping that they all have the controls they need. I'm part of one too, that's right. My marriage is going strong. We're celebrating 18 years in a couple weeks, actually. Our marriage could get a driver's license, and what else can you do at 18? And it could join the army. Alright, so without further ado, I'm just going to get started on doing this editing. And for anyone who's watching who hasn't seen the editing before, it basically just consists of cutting up the video into the smallest possible segment, which communicates all the information in a punchy and fun to look at way. And at the right size that the video is going to be demonstrated in the game. So that's all part of the process here. So, and I tend to make them loop too by having them fade their beginning and ends together so that it's not too jarring. Yeah, my marriage is not old enough to drink. That's true. I have to wait another 3 years for that. Pope just says tins with no other context. Tins! You like to play Insectoid Wanderer. There's nothing else to say, only tins. Cretins. Ink, that's real dumb, and I really enjoy it. Dumb in the best possible way. down a little more so we can see the controls. This is going to be a gamepad exclusive video. I'm just learning tins and cretins. The sequel subtitle, or DLC 3, Tins and Cretins. You know, not everyone loves the liches as much as you do, Ink, which is which I suppose you probably know already, because I think you love them more than anyone. I love the twins, love to hate Herx, and despise the spoiler hell, dude. The food can't hide inside the tin anymore. It's all yum yum. Thank you for that, Pope. Sometimes I don't even know what's happening anymore, and that's just fine. Okay, let's make this transition a little faster. Something like that. So I open my inventory, wield this potion, and that's like the whole video. Changing controls here so that I can do it on mouse and keyboard, I presume. So that's gonna be a separate video. Goatman be like, what is opener? Yeah, dude, Goatman just to eat the can. Why not? Why waste your time with other nonsense when, like, the can is part of the nutrition? So I don't know if that's part of culture all over the world, but definitely as an American, I was raised with this idea that goats would just eat garbage, just any random stuff, they would just chew on it. And that just like perfectly justified the Goatman's eat tins without an opener mechanic. Like Adam Sandler has a song called The Goat. And even in that song, he describes how he eats tin cans. Automaton be like, wait, you eat this food? This don't even give heat. Yeah, dude. They're like rocks. Now there's a real meal. That's real food. We gotta do quick zooms. Quick zooms. Quick zooms. Oh wait, I'm not ready yet. The rest of this video is garbage. It's not useful for anything. I just unwheeled and then the video ends. That's not useful. The whole rest of the video is trash. It's garbage. This part though, using the gamepad. I need to trim that down. That lasts way too long. Gonna split this here. Gonna lose all this. Split. We lollygag for a few more frames than is needed here. There we go. Cut that out. We're pretty picky about these because these little tutorial videos have to be punchy. Punchy. So forgive me if it's very nitpicky, but that's the way it is. Split. Delete. So in theory, the video would look something like this. Wheeled. Alright, and then it loops. Oh yeah, talking about skeletons, is there any way to fix a skeleton glitch that makes his invisible belly be full and wait till vomit? I mean, maybe. I hope so. I mean, it might already be fixed. The thing is I'm not a programmer, and so if it's fixed, then it's fixed by Wall of Justice. Just don't drink fruit juice, booze, and sink water. Yeah, but that's still like it should behave the same way that food does, as you eat it and it has no effect. So it's a totally valid complaint. The game is not operating correctly. Okay. I don't know if that's what I needed to... I'm just going to move on to the next video because the last one was totally wrong. It's possible that I redid this section. Okay, so I did have a second video for mouse and keyboard, which is great. I'm gonna go ahead and steal some editing from this so that look, man, I'm a very efficient worker. I don't know if you know that. But I try not to waste any effort. I will copy paste if I feel like it will save me time, and in part because it makes the work more consistent too. When you copy and paste it, you're not doing it unique every time, and that means that the style's the same, whatever timing or whatever else you might use. It stays consistent, which is better for the player as much as it is easier for me. Oh, hey, Wall of Justice. I think skeleton gaining satiation is fixed. That's great. Thanks for popping in to say so, Wall. My village finally had rain. Well, that's good. Beautiful, but the attic flooded. That sucks. Yeah. We've had a pretty dry summer over here in Tennessee. But it's starting to storm quite a bit in the last couple weeks. That's just a near perfect video. That's short and sweet. And then we'll go ahead and drag this so that it fades. And we'll play this to make sure it loops nicely. Wield. Alright, perfect. Velocidotus. Welcome, Velocidotus. First time chatter. Thanks for tuning in. It's good to see a new face. Hope you're doing well. Have you, well, I guess you haven't, chatted in one of these before, but I don't know if you are aware previously that I've been doing these developer work streams. Today we're working on editing videos for the Hall of Trials, as we're adding videos to a lot of the signs there. We're gonna call this Wield Potion, or let's just call it Sickness Potion Offense. MK. It's your first time catching one, but Barony's been on your watch list for a hot minute. Well, awesome. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Feel free to ask questions or whatever. This is literally just my turning wheel workday that I'm streaming. I like the structure it gives my workday, and sometimes people have cool suggestions, and it's just nice to have somebody keep me company as well. So glad to have you among the audience. Potion Offense Gamepad. Render. Okay, so we got 2 videos done already. Kind of a little slow start here with editing, but that's alright. I believe this next video is just showing that you can throw potions, so it should be pretty quick. Love to see the dummy bot's head just like falling into the pit. Most will be lurking. You're at work too. Yep, that's great. I used to watch a lot of Twitch streams while I was working. I can't watch Twitch streams much while I'm streaming, but that's okay. What do you do, Velocitus? Just curious. Your work is slightly less exciting, yeah. Why you don't buy the DLCs? We have Avocado E-Girl, Drunk, Calcium Riser, No Safe Word Guy, Engineer Gaming, Return to Rat, and D&D Ranger. Pope, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm enjoying it. You write repair manuals. Oh, that's cool. I like technical writing, but I don't have repair skills that would that would make it possible for me to ever consider doing the kind of writing that you're doing. Hey, Ink, don't forget that I'm also level designer and concept guy. No knowledge of technical writing when they hired you. They hired you for your repair experience. So that's pretty cool. My dad was a technical writer for some years, and he's transferred that skill set now to do government proposal writing. So anytime somebody wants to write a proposal to, you know, solve a like government programs, so like, you know, some politician wants to enact some program and they have to hire people and create a plan, and sometimes they hire, or I should say often they hire external companies to do that work. proposals get sent off to the government. Let's go ahead and do like a shrink action like this. Anyway, but apparently people who are capable of writing big, complicated proposals that take into account all of the government, you know, requirements, apparently that's a pretty valuable skill set. And so my dad he never intended to get into that as a career, but it's become fairly lucrative compared to, you know, other career options. Alright, so we're gonna zoom in on the dummy bot and then zoom out when it dies, and then that'll make a perfect loop. Let's go ahead and copy this here. But anyway, I say that Velocidotus. Sorry, I like saying your name. You sound like the priest of the dinosaurs or something. The Velociraptor's priest. I say that just because like technical writing is such a broad field that can apply to a lot of different industries. Okay, yeah. Uh-oh, that did not loop properly. Why didn't that loop properly? Is it because this has keyframes that it shouldn't have? Here, let me copy this keyframe. Go in here, edit this. Get rid of all these freaking keyframes that I don't want. Paste in the one I do want. Now can we watch a video properly? And boom. Okay, that's what we want. That's what we want. Pope made all monster races cursed. Well, how'd that happen? Had no knowledge of technical. It was the classes described dumb ways. I forgot again. Oh, Ink. I'm only picky about that, dude, because I spent the first like 7 years of my game industry career, like climbing up the art ladder. So I was the art manager for a AAA game company. Basically, there was no higher role that I could get as an artist in video games, and unless you wanted to be an art director, but those were more like those roles were more like side by side to one another. Like one is more of the management side, and one is more the creative side of how the game is supposed to look. And so I was an art manager, and it took me that long to realize that as an artist in the game industry, I would have no creative influence at all. Basically, as an artist, you know, the game designers told the art department what they needed, and we just had to deliver it. So I fought to be part of the creative process and influence the game and the way the game plays and the kind of content that is in the game. I fought to be a part of that, and some of the design teams I would work with at multiple studios in my career actively did not want artists creatively involved in what was going to be in the game or how the game was going to play in any way. And so that was frustrating for me because ever since I started modding games as like an 11-year-old kid, art was just a technical skill that I had that let me put my ideas into a game. And so to work my way up in the video game industry, only to be shut out of the creative process as an artist was extremely frustrating. And that's when I learned that I either have to just work indie or I have to get into game design. And so for the next 8 years of my industry career, or 10 years of my industry career, I fought to shift my role from from strictly an artist or an art manager into a game designer, until eventually I became a lead game designer for a studio down here in Tennessee, actually. And I just left the job as the director of game design at a different kind of game company recently in order to work for Turning Wheel full time. And so I'm not trying to come down on you, and I'm definitely not trying to pick on you. I'm just letting you know a little bit of my history. I spent half of my career trying to become a game designer in an industry where artists were creatively, their input was not recognized. Even valid gameplay and game design work was not recognized until I made an official switch in my job title and skill set. So, doing scripting work and all that stuff is very game design centric, and so it's been an important part of my career to be a game designer and not only an artist. I still love game art. You see me do art on stream all the time. But game design is really important to me. So that's why I make the correction rather than just let it slide, because it is like half of my professional passion. So let me catch up on the chat after I ranted. Looked at some proposal writing gigs at Solid Work. Met exactly 0 people that intended to become tech writers. That's really funny. You are, in fact, a raptor on the internet. Well, now you know. Sounds like Orpheus has been experimenting on Velociraptor and introduced to... Oh my gosh. Is this for an update to the game, or is this for the Switch release? That's both, Velocidotus. Both. So this update to the entire game was necessary so that playing on the Switch would be... so that the Switch experience would be good. So it's all at the same time. Thanks for explaining. Why would you hire an artist and then tell them not to be creative? I ask myself that same question sometimes, Ink. I think that, it's interesting. When I was working in games, I met a few kinds of artists. And the way I would summarize it would be, there are artists who love the practice of art as a technical craft, and then there are people who are creative and then use art as a means for that creativity to express itself. And I guess what I mean by that is that, you get into the game industry either because you really love the skill that you're going to be practicing, or because you love games. And there's a lot of artists that I worked with that just love doing art, and they didn't even really play video games in their spare time. They did not care about video games much specifically. Now that's extreme. That's an extremely foreign concept to me. For me, it's like, why would I bother getting into the game industry if I did not love games? But there's a lot of artists out there who just love making art, and they don't really care. They just want to make the best art on the planet, and games is a place where you can get a job doing that. And so those people are very differently motivated than me. Because, man, I had before I got some more stable game industry gigs, I was able to get art jobs that were not in the game industry, and I found them absolutely soul-crushing. I hated them because doing cool-looking art was not enough for me. I wanted, it was really important to me that it was part of an interactive experience. What the hell is this? What the hell is this video doing? Okay, we got a drink. Huh. Yeah, give artists a chance. Give artists free will like the good old days after. It's really funny you say that because, professional artists or media artists do not have a great history. Dude, this video sucks. I don't even right-click on the health potion to drink it. Why did I make this sucky video? What was I thinking? We're still on the my code doesn't work and I don't know why phase. Maybe I should dip my orbs in lava. Goodness sakes. Okay, I might be able to get away with not doing this video properly. I know that's not a great way to start the conversation. But we have this part of the video where I actually drink it on the gamepad. And I'll be able to steal everything after this frame. Let's zoom in real close. Everything after the drink frame I can reuse for mouse and keyboard. So MGR chat? I don't even know what MGR is. Because Sneak allows it. Yeah. I'll pretty much allow chat just because it's nice to have people talking. Okay. Let's move this out. Paste this here. Do something like this. Metal Gear Rising. He said he didn't know what MGR, so I said the game's name and said. So I didn't play the game, but I'm familiar with the existence of Metal Gear Rising, yes. You guys crack me up sometimes. Alright. Can I do one more frame? I think I can get away with one more frame, right? Alright, let's steal this frame from this. Put it here. Oh my gosh, and then I ruin it. Okay, I'm gonna have to zoom in on this or something. Zoom in on the health bar. Alright, let's look at how this all sequences together. Moral says kids, do not credit theory. I did provide a theory that goatmen have a childlike mentality. I don't think I ever said that because I don't think of goatmen as children. I don't think they're naive and innocent. I think they are... they're dumb and powerful. Like they're a strong, proud people, and dumb people that value strength are attracted to power. You know, like they don't really look for good and evil; they look for power, and I think that summarizes kind of like who the goatmen are. Like if given the option to be good, if they knew that like there was a difference between good and evil, you know, they might make smarter choices, but they're not thinking about that. All they're thinking about is their own survival and how can they get the most influence in the world. So I guess I mean, in a way they are kind of naturally evil, because that's what, you know, it's, if there's such a thing as evil, it's rooted in selfishness. And so they don't, I would say that they are not really, they don't have values that care about altruism and good. They have values that care about power. Okay, so that is a decent mouse and keyboard drink video. I never show the prompts, but I don't mind. Extra healing mouse keyboard. Aren't the goats the ones that spawn drunk? Yes. Yeah, I mean, a young goat is known as a kid. So maybe there's that. Gosh, that takes so long. Alright, let's go ahead and we'll just speed that up. I was just really slow on the buttons that day, I guess. Okay, we don't need this to sit here for an eternity. We're gonna pull up the drink menu. There we go. We'll get rid of this, and we'll just steal this here. Boom. Alright, let's watch this gamepad potion drink video. That's pretty good. I think I lollygag a little bit more than necessary before clicking drink. Let's get rid of this section. Let's get rid of this section. That was enough time. Okay, we'll just cinch the rest up. Dramatically reduce the size of that video. Here to here. Okay, there you go. Save to my hard drive. Okay, so this is extra healing gamepad. Render. Monster lore, what about insectoids? Don't ask me why, but the healing potion throwing part will display -1 damage pip. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. You said don't ask me why, Wall? So why does that happen? Okay, that's much better. That's much better. All right. Man, so far, it must have been getting very late when I recorded these videos because they're full of inefficiencies. Like, I'm gonna have to go back and do a lot of retakes. What am I doing? Oh, okay, I'm showing that you can wield. Alright. Alright, this is Wielding a Healing Potion, the video for gamepad, I believe. Let's make sure that we're on the edge here. Looks like we are. I'm going to make this a little bigger so that we can see the prompts for the gamepad. I can go in a little more. Something like that. Man, I wish that prompt wasn't just staying in the way. There's not really much I can do about it. Coded it not to go below -1, but IDK why I didn't pick 0 as the lowest number. Yeah, I mean, ideally you would just say plus and then have like a green number that shows how much health you restored. I mean, that'd be informative, but in lieu of a perfect solution, I suppose a single -1 isn't the worst thing. Even instead of just like if it's more work to display the amount that was healed, just having a plus, if you're gonna have a single digit show up, like just a plus sign with no number on it would be better. Spilling coffee on myself. The bottle does not do 1 damage. The bottle's damage is, it scales like a ranged attack does. If I'm not mistaken. Wouldn't be the first time I was wrong about something that I didn't program. I don't think we're talking about empty bottles necessarily, Ink. Ew. Who plays single player? I play single player more than anything in this game. looked at the graphics and noped out. That's too bad. What are you gonna do? That's actually one of the other reasons why I got out of AAA art, is that to make like one character in a AAA game, you're talking like 18 weeks of work. And I've spent 2 weeks on the Hall of Trials, which is 11 unique levels. And that has almost driven me crazy doing the same thing for that long. I really like variety in the work that I do. And actually, this is probably a good place to start this video. And so, yeah, having to do nothing but make the same perfect character for multiple months of my life is like a quick way to describe hell for me. And so, like, unless Turning Wheel gets super rich and we can like hire a ton of artists who aren't me, you can guarantee that we're not going to make AAA quality game art because it's boring to make. Didn't know it was that intense. AAA games are overrated anyway. Give me more indies like this. Yeah, I mean, look, I love the game. I love the game industry. I love games as an art form and how they've like continued to advance to like incredibly impressive levels of quality. But having, you know, been responsible for running that machine and the amount of work that it takes to make it look like that, like, it's the process stops being creative and it's much more technical, and it stops being fun for me. Let's see. This video sucks. You lose the lever part. A plus or a 0 for a damage number? I mean, well, I would show a green plus with the amount of healing it would do, ideally. But if we couldn't show the amount of healing that was done, I would just show a green plus or something. Because as a player, I don't necessarily expect that that number is always a damage number. I just expect it's showing me relevant, real-time information about what my actions are doing. If that helps. What's up, Garvican? Welcome to the stream. We're just gonna show the skeleton dying. Well, neither of these videos are that satisfying on their own. I think I need like a crossfade here. Maybe like this. It's a really short video. Let's see how that plays. Advanced options. We'll say heal sentry is the name of this video. It's controls agnostic. Alright. Hopefully I have more controls videos that I can steal from to make this one useful, because the equip action is not included in this. Like, I need to show the character pulling out the potion like they equipped it, and I can't, with the footage that I gathered, I can't do that because the tooltip's in the way. If I had a mouse and keyboard video, I would not be a problem. So, all right, let's just this one has been captured, so I'll move this ahead so I know that it's my latest one that's not finished, and I'll move this one backwards. Yeah, so back on the subject of like art in the game industry, I found that I've had a lot of tolerance for spending a lot of time making a level polished up. Like, because levels are really cool. Like, if I could do it all over again, I would probably try to get started as a level designer rather than as an artist, because level design includes everything that I care about in making games. Not quite everything, but like it touches every system. And when I was at Harebrained Schemes, the way that I described it is level design is the nexus where the actual game happens. So every game system, every piece of art, every gameplay choice that the player makes all occurs in the level. And because of what I value in games, I really have a holistic value of games as an experience. And so, oh yeah, this stinking video. And so nothing, like no single job satisfies me quite like level design does, because no other single job has so much of the game represented all at once. One of your college roommates specialized in level design, but so many games went for the randomly generated levels that he had trouble finding work. Well, that's one of the interesting things about working on a roguelike is, yeah, you know, as a level designer, so much of Barony takes place in procedurally generated levels, but somebody has to build those pieces of levels that show up in the game. And so that's been a lot of my work. And if your you know, roommate ever wants an example of what level design can be for procedurally generated games, I would recommend them looking into Barony levels, because you know, you still do have to design with intention. Especially, we have this system where multiple pieces of levels can be fit together in a single room to create variations, and we have mechanisms that can be put into levels. You know, where things interact with one another. So that's, and we have scripting, and so there's still real level design to be done in games with procedurally generated levels. If you think about it, like, who's responsible for the level content in a roguelike? It's not like a bunch of programmers are just sitting around typing numbers and then cool levels come out. Like, there's still content work that has to be done there. So, yeah, but if you're the kind of level designer that really cares about like linear scripted experiences, like roller coaster rides, like how AAA games, like everything is controlled, it's always the same every time. It's kind of almost more like a QTE than it is like a level. then making roguelike levels would not be satisfying because you can't control that much. But that's what I like about it. I like the level as a canvas for the player to decide how they solve problems, rather than as a way for me as the level designer to like demonstrate my perfect vision, you know what I mean? So like Last of Us, cool game and all, but the level design is not there really to facilitate a gameplay experience. It's there to facilitate a story. And story's cool and all, but I really care more about gameplay experiences. And so procedural level design I don't feel like that hinders me at all in making the kinds of levels that I am excited to make as a professional, if that makes sense. It really depends, like, what kind of experiences you want to make as a creator. As a player, I'm a firm believer that all levels can be solved with violence. Fair enough. Okay, let's see how this video came together. This is a very... this is a video that gives you the entire solution to what you're supposed to do. I'm considering getting rid of this part, and like if I extract these 2 bits of video, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this video is not going to make sense unless all the pieces are here. So I'll go ahead and I'll put this on the lever to this door lies behind the spider in the other room sign. But yeah, as I was saying about level design, like, beautification of the level as an artist matters in level design, because you draw player attention with visual decor and lighting. And so what looks good is the same thing as what motivates the player in the gameplay choices they make a lot of times when it comes to level design. And so the visuals that you create in a level have a purpose, whereas a lot of... what are we demonstrating? Okay, we're doing some alchemy here. So whereas a lot of game industry art careers, really you're just making assets that then somebody else is going to use. So you don't really... You're not really... Your creation of the asset isn't really informed by the experience that the player's going to have with your content. In level design, that's not the case. Like, it's always one-to-one. Like, whatever art effort you put into the level is part of the player's experience. Like, I'm going to put a bunch of foliage here, but does the game have, like, a concealment system where foliage can hide them from enemies? Or is in multiplayer, is that going to create a tactical advantage because there's foliage there? So you don't put the foliage down just because it looks pretty, although it may. You put the foliage down because there's a gameplay effect of having it there. And let's say as a level designer, you don't want foliage, or you don't want the decor to have a gameplay effect. And so, like, let's say a team already has too great of an advantage on a certain level, or the level's too easy or whatever, and you don't want to create more advantage for the player. And so you have to say, okay, well, this place looks too boring though, so how do I make this look better without negatively impacting the gameplay? And so you're constantly making aesthetic choices that also inform the gameplay experience. And it's never like this, you know, it's never this sense of like, I'm just putting this here because it looks pretty. I'm putting it here because it's meaningful, because it changes the gameplay choices that the player makes. And so that's the part of of aesthetics in games that I really identify with. And why I care passionately about doing them well, because it relates to the greater experience of it. Is my wife home early from work? I might need to go check and see what's going on. This is weird. Let's see how that looks in real time. What did you think about how Daggerfall did it? Garvikin, how Daggerfall did what? Level design? I mean, the procedural levels in Daggerfall are a legendary nightmare for the player. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but I felt like when it came to the level generation for Daggerfall, the people who were responsible for that, what it feels like to me when I played through that game, and I did finish that game last year, what I feel like is that the people who designed how the levels are put together did not play them. That's how I feel about it. Because if you had played those levels, you would say, this is an interesting experience, but this is not fun, and there's no way I could do this for the amount of time that we're asking the player to do this. You know what I mean? I actually played Daggerfall Unity with the any file adjustment to make it so that the dungeons never generated to be over a certain size. And if that sounds like cheating and like I'm not getting the real Daggerfall experience, I would say that that's correct. Because the real Daggerfall experience is much worse. Like the guilds, there's so many cool guilds in that game that no one would ever play, because playing through full-size dungeons for just guild quests is so frustrating and boring that, like, why would you waste your time? And so having it just a single change, making it so that the levels that were generated, or the random levels that were generated, weren't so stinking big, made the game 10 times more fun. And the only levels that were obnoxiously big were the story levels that never changed. And that's how I beat the game, is with only the story levels being extremely long and boring. And that was enough of the true Daggerfall experience that, you know, I feel like I understood what they were doing, and it was, in a lot of ways, quite bad. Okay, let's, we got a lot of stuff to cut out in this video here. I think more about that the time it was realized. I like how the cities were made. Yeah, I never have beaten them yourself. Yeah, yeah, I mean, the ideas of the cities are cool. Like, the idea that you have to ask around and that they're so big that, you know, you could never conveniently know just intuitively how to get around the city. I felt like there was some authenticity to that, but it was also just like the only way to navigate the cities was to use the map and then sort of tediously ask around for the things that you wanted to find. And so it was like a cool role-playing experience the first couple times you did it, but after that it was just like pure tedium, you know what I mean? Dude, didn't you want to go check out and see if Miss Sneak is home? Go do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish this alchemy video and then I'll go check and see if she's here. Okay. So that bit of hackery worked. That video could be a lot shorter. Or that snip could be a lot shorter. Let's make that like half the length. Ink, are you worried that I've got a hostile intruder that's gonna come murder me? Alright, let's speed up this video. No, no, no. I don't know what the hell I was doing while I was recording this. Chop this up just to make it look like smooth gameplay. Just thought partner's more important than work. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But it's not. That's not the question I'm asking. Is what's more important? It's just like, if she's home, she's home. She'll be here in 5 minutes when I'm ready. Does that speed up look good? Let's see. Alright, cheers, Wall. Thanks for stopping by, man. This is already a very long video. Okay, we're gonna grab this one here. Yeah, my wife is definitely home. I hear her. Okay, and I believe I'm doing this again with mouse and keyboard in the same recording. Okay, Okay, so we'll move this to the side. Oh my gosh, this is like a 13-second video, which is really long for a sign. But it's the first time we're showing how to do anything in the Olympics, so I guess it's okay. And I do 2 examples. Okay. That doesn't strike me as too long. It is long, but I don't think it's too long. The content is pretty simple. Actually, I don't even think I need a blend here because they start and end in the same spot. Yeah, you don't even notice the blend because they do start and finish in the same spot already. So let's go ahead and view this looped once. My conjurer experience right now, run around the devil arena and toss around a cajillion freeze traps while hitting demons and screaming goblin profanities while hellish rock plays in the background of the bosses cursing me in Latin. Beautiful. Okay, that is a good duplicate, save to my hard drive, advanced, and we'll call it duplicate gamepad. All right, and while that's rendering, I'm gonna go and hit the restroom real quick and say hello to my wife. So I will be right back. We are 1:15 minutes into the stream. I'll see you in a minute. All right, folks, I'm back. This is my wife, by the way. She is home. You want to wave? Hello.
Hello.
Okay. There. See ya.
Bye.
All right. We're back to work. I thought you might appreciate that. All right. So she's off to go do her own thing. She brought home some candy just for me and her that that we're not going to share with the children. Because once you share it with the children, it's gone instantly. We're kind of suckers for the orange creamsicle flavor. And so she found orange creamsicle Twizzlers. Orange creamsicle Twizzlers. They're not nearly as plasticky as regular Twizzlers. It's hard for me to say if they're good or not right now. Yeah, they're pretty sweet. You had me until you said Twizzlers. Well, Twizzlers I know are famous for being very plasticky. And these ones really aren't at all. They're very soft. Very, very soft. Very unlike a normal Twizzler, in fact. If you didn't tell me it was a Twizzler, I would have called it something else. Alright, let's go steal a keyframe from when we start mixing potions. Okay. This is our mixing potions keyframe. Bacon strings or plastic straws. I love the idea of bacon strings candy. I've got a delightful wife. We are very happy with the fact that I'm working at home for Turning Wheel. We hope it can last. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. if if the game doesn't sell well on the Switch, I don't think I can stay working full-time for Tuning Wheel. That would be disappointing. But we just need more revenue in order to support all three of us working full-time. Working from home is OP. Yeah, I agree. It rules. Fingers crossed. Yeah, and I don't want to put, like, I'm not saying that to put pressure on anyone. I know that anyone who's tuning in is going to do their best to support us because you love the product. Like, I'm not asking for any charity. I just hope that it makes an impact, you know, and that people care about our game. Wait a second. Why am I doing this again? Why am I doing another gamepad duplicate? Ugh, feels stupid. Okay. Alright, let's steal these keyframes. We're gonna go back to... We don't need to do another dupe with gamepad. We're doing mouse and keyboard now. We don't need any gamepad junk. Love that 15-second commute. Yeah, dude. Getting like an hour or two back of your day because you're not commuting is so ridiculous. Like the fact that we've been tolerating commuting since we've had the internet is hilarious. Like, it's almost embarrassing. All right. See how that looks. All right, see you in a minute, Ink. Holy smokes. Sorry, I just learned that somebody a family member works with died last night unexpectedly, which is very surprising. Well, that's not good news. I don't know what we're gonna do about that. Okay. Well. I think I like that better. Let's see how that looks. I like how I can see myself thinking ahead in these recordings. Like right here, when I first open the Alembic, I start like scanning around the inventory uselessly, and then I realize that that's going to make for a bad video. And so I go back to the Alembic so that it can look like I just activated it. And get rid of that chunk. So now it's going to look seamless. Let's speed up the duplication a little. The magic of editing. Let's speed it up even more. How's that look? JJ, what's up? If Barony were to have a sudden surge in popularity, how would you go about community interaction? The nice thing about the size of Barony is that the community is small enough that the devs can talk to the community, but that would be harder with more people. You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what would change. It really depends on the scale of that, of what kind of change we're talking about. Like if it got to the point where we were, you know, where it was big enough that it became difficult to interact with the community, we might be talking about hiring a community manager or somebody like that. What else is this video doing? Oh, I'm duplicating booze too? Okay. And so if we had to hire a community manager, then they would do a great job of interacting with the community. One of the examples that I have of a company that's handled it really well is Coffee Stain. They're the makers of Satisfactory and the Sanctum series. You know, I'm gonna get rid of this booze duplication, I think. I don't think it's helpful. We'll just go straight to the end here. Yeah, Coffee Stain is cool. And I don't know if we'd be able to find somebody that's the quality of the community manager that they've hired. Because that guy's really good. Like, he really knows how to engage the community, maintain the integrity and personality of the studio and their design goals without alienating the fans. That's really important. And so, you know, I would be hopeful that we could find somebody of that caliber. But it seems like it would be difficult. But like, that's a good problem to have if it's, you know, if our game gets so popular that we need that, then that's a great thing. I do kind of have my doubts that will be the case. But I agree. It's nice that we're small enough that we can, you know, that our audience is small enough that we can interact with people and it's not like a burden. Okay, that's a good video. Let's go ahead and, this is duplication for mouse and keyboard. How not to community manage. Don't you guys have phones? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, something I think about regularly is that, you know, Barony is a certain game. It's a very specific kind of game for a specific type of audience. And so one of the larger problems we might end up having one day is that more people who like the game in theory, or they like their preconceptions of the game, but they don't actually like what the game is. You know, people who want it to be a roguelite, or people that want it to be an open world crafting sim. And we have to be able to say no to those people and be like, no, this is what this game is. Like, thank you for being inspired enough to suggest other kinds of, you know, ideas. But like, Coffee Stain recently did a video where they described all the things that they would never put into their games. And that was a really smart thing to do, I thought. Because, you know, every game is something, and that means it isn't other things, if that makes sense. In order to be something, it has to not be everything. I think that makes sense. And so being able to say, like, hey, thanks for being here, we're lucky to have your attention, but at the same time, like, our game is not whatever you imagine it to be. It is what it is. And I think a lot of I think players can lose sight of that, and the bigger the community gets, I think the more of that kind of thing we'll have to watch out for. That's what modders are for? Yeah, perhaps. All right, so we have a good video here for mixing sickness. Running with Scissors and New Blood. You know, I don't know. I haven't engaged with either of their communities, but I do have a respect for Running with Scissors and just being committed to, you know, the kinds of products that they want to make. You know, they're not, they don't seem susceptible to changing who they are. You know, they're gonna make their games for their audience, and that's that. And I really respect that about them. Like, they don't make my favorite games in the world, but they are fun games, and I like that they're staying true to their own personality. It's really important, in my opinion. I actually looked up Running with Scissors recently, and on their hiring or their careers page, they said that they have a juvenile sense of humor, and it's all in good fun, and they expect their employees to be okay with that. In a world that is like increasingly politically correct, I just think it's good that, you know, they're like, hey, you know, if you want a place that doesn't have juvenile humor, that's not us. Go work somewhere else. If you do want that, then that's us. And you know, I won't comment too much on what kind of environment I prefer. We stay pretty professional at Turning Wheel, but to know what kind of, like, I guess another way I would put it is, like, if you're gonna start a company and not have it run the way that you want it to run, like, why the hell start your own company? Like, what's the point? Like, you might as well work for somebody else if you're not going to run your company the way you want it to run. If that makes any sense. Back. Needs shaving brush treat? Well, welcome back. It's nice having devs that don't water down the games to try to make it more appealing to a generic audience. Yeah, I think that's important. I heard it put another way of, like, don't be afraid to fire your audience, which I thought was a really funny way to put it. It's like, if there's people that are you know, getting in your community that are want to change the vision of what your game is about, just, like, fire them like they are your employees. Like, thanks for coming, but this game isn't for you. Goodbye. Please leave. That didn't work. That didn't work. I want these keyframes to be opposite, like this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that in there to show that the sort of the UI that shows up when you don't know exactly what the result's gonna be. I think it's important to show that hovering for a couple seconds. Okay. Sick brew, mouse and keyboard. Totally wasn't giggling like a dunce for the past 5 minutes. Okay, if you say so. Should have fired their audience years ago. Who should have? Oh, LOL, League of Legends. Yeah, you might be right about that. Yeah, not hire your audience, fire your audience. Kind of frustrating when I try to show Barony to other people and they complain about it not being a different roguelite. It's like, dude, that's a different genre. Wait, Barony doesn't qualify as a roguelike. I mean, it depends who you ask. I would say that Barony is a roguelike and not a roguelite. For me, the important distinction is that a roguelite keeps your progression, whereas a roguelike does not, in addition to the other things that they share in common, which is permadeath and procedurally generated levels. And some people debate that by saying, well, if it's not turn-based, then it's a roguelite. Or if it's what are some of the other criteria? Like, if it's not top-down, then it's not a roguelike. If it requires any real-time skill at all, then it's not a roguelike. There's people with some, very particular points of view about that. But for me, the meaningful difference the most meaningful difference to me is whether or not you keep your progression. And I know that not everyone agrees with me on that, and that's okay. But that's why I consider Barony a roguelike and not a roguelite, is that it has complicated RPG mechanics, and it does not save your progression. And roguelites, almost never, that I've seen, never have complicated RPG mechanics. They tend to be action games with permadeath. And I would argue roguelites always have meta progression. If it's not the 1980 game Rogue, then it's not a roguelike. That's pretty funny. Powder was a good follow-up to being a roguelike. Yeah, Powder is a great example of a roguelike. It was more accessible than the original one. Like, it explained itself better, I thought. Humbly. Rogue and some of the other, like, very classical roguelikes are pretty impenetrable in terms of, like, figuring out how things work. Because it's turn-based, I think that it means that there's certain things that are easier to understand. Okay, that's the mouse and keyboard one. And then this is the gamepad one I'm working on. Okay. Not sure what to think of the debate. Yeah, I think it really depends what you value more, like as a player, because I know that there's the people that are hardcore roguelike fans of the original, like, turn-based top-down, like, and especially the ones who don't like action games very much, where I remember when my dad was in his late 30s, early 40s. He talks a lot about games that require too much Twitch skill not being real RPGs because a role-playing game is about your stats and then your strategy. It's not about, Twitch action controls. And so I think there's a subset of the same audience that's just never going to view any action game as a roguelike because for them, the game has to be turn-based. But to to me, the reason why I use progression as my qualifier for whether it's a roguelike or a roguelite is because with the light aspect, what you're getting is less of that pure experience of when you die, the game starts over. And so it's a light version of that experience. That's the way I perceive it. So, to me, requiring more action, like Twitch skill, is not light. It's definitely different, but it's not light. So, that's why I wouldn't call it. That's why I wouldn't qualify Barony as a roguelite in any sense of the word, because nothing is less complicated about the game. If anything, it's more complicated to deal with that stuff in real time. Okay, so this is brew sick brew gamepad. Never even knew about a roguelite until The Binding of Isaac was classified as that. Yeah. Your father doesn't believe in action RPGs? He does. I think it was, he doesn't complain about action games anymore. Like, he plays Back 4 Blood with me almost every week. We play Vermintide together, me and my dad do. Maybe I'll get to introduce my dad to the stream one day. He's a great guy. Love my dad. He's actually going to move down to Tennessee to be with me and my family, which I'm really excited about. And so I think this is sort of more in the era of like Halo and other action shooters like that didn't really, well, and probably multiplayer PvP games as well, where like the only thing to do in those games was to have really good action skill. And I think that's kind of what he was rebelling against when he was criticizing games with Twitch skill requirements. What are my favorite roguelites? Like, roguelites to me are a bit of a tragedy because I really like them, but every one of them that I've played sort of slowly disqualifies itself from being a game I really like a lot because of the progression mechanics. So, like, one could argue that a game like Void Bastards was kind of an ideal game for me. I'm a huge fan of like the System Shock style of sci-fi cyberpunk. You might call it deep space punk as a genre, and then to put that in a roguelike kind of format with procedural levels and systemic gameplay, like Void Bastards could have been one of my favorite games of all time, but because it comes with because it saves progression, now that I've beaten it, I'm never going to play it again, and that's very tragic to me. Like, that could have been one of my favorite games of all time, but I don't have any reason to play it again because now my, selection of collectibles or whatever is enough so that the game is never going to be hard again. It's going to be, unless I like reset my save file, it's never going to be hard again. And then I would just be playing through it one additional time. I would get one more play out of it instead of infinite plays like you get with a roguelike. You know what I mean? So I really enjoyed Void Bastards, but I can't call it one of my favorite roguelikes or roguelites because I would never go back to it. So a roguelite that I would go back to is Hades. And one of the reasons why I like Hades a lot is because after you beat that game once, it just gives you more reasons to keep playing it. And so I beat Hades probably 20 times before I stopped playing it, which is way better than any other roguelite I've ever played. Most other roguelites have given me no reason to keep playing them once I've beaten it once. So the fact that the story and like some of the upgrades and stuff in Hades are really compelling after you beat the game, to me is a huge kind of progress for roguelites as a genre. Like, if other roguelites do that same thing where the progression and the story and stuff continue to matter after first time you beat it, then I might like roguelikes or roguelites as a genre more. But as it stands, Hades is a total anomaly. Like, I've not played any roguelites that have that level of replayability, and so it very much impressed me. And I still may, contrary to how I described Void Bastards, I may still go back to... oh, here we got the explosion. we got the volatile potions mixture. Gosh, every time this song comes on, I'm just like, man, this song is so stinking good. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, if other roguelites would keep me coming back the same way that Hades did, I would play more roguelites, and as a result, it's pretty easy for me to say that I think that Hades is probably my favorite roguelite. Okay, let's follow the burning down to my health bar here. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit focused on the editing. It was fun dying for this this video. And then we're gonna take the original. Alright, let's go ahead and view this and see how it turns out. Does he play Barony? No, actually my brother and my dad both do play Barony with me. In fact, they're both huge fans of the game. It took a little while to rope my dad into playing because I think he was turned off by the graphics at first. And he's never really been into rogue style games, like permadeath games. But the more he learned about how creative you could be in problem solving as a player in Barony, the more he got attached to it. And I expect that me and my dad and brother will play, quite a bit together once the update is released. We haven't played in a while because of it's been in this sort of state of development where like I am personally aware of how much better it is, and so it's hard for me to play the old versions of the game. But the new version isn't done yet, and so I can't give it to my brother and dad and play comfortably. So once that update comes out, I expect me and my dad and brother will play a lot. I could ask them if they want to do a family stream. That would be a blast. I would love to stream with them. The way my friends play games, almost everything is a roguelite. They play once and start new files 6 months later. That's funny. I like Risk of Rain 2 because the unlocks don't really make it easier. It just gives you more options, though it doesn't have procedural generation, so maybe it's not a roguelite. Yeah, it's funny. Risk of Rain is one of those, yeah, without procedural levels, it's really hard for me to see it as a rogue-style game at all. It's more like an arcade game, because, you know, if you die in an arcade game and you don't continue, then you can't keep playing. And so it's like, what's the difference between that and Risk of Rain, or a game that doesn't have any progression that saves? The other thing, too, is that, like, a good friend of mine... So I wanted to play Risk of Rain 2, but a bunch of my friends got it before me, and so they played it without me. And then by the time I got it and was ready to start playing, they were all playing with mods that saved more progression. So they didn't even want it to play like a roguelike. They wanted to play it like a roguelite. And I wasn't going to do that. And so I never played with them. That means I've never played with anyone, so... That would be extra blessed, yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Problem solving is what I call it when I roll a boulder into my friend. Exactly. I'm glad we're on the same page. All right, I'm going to review the editing for this volatile potion video. Open the Alembic. Oh, let's do a little editing there. I had like a bit of a misclick. What the heck? Why did I do that twice? Okay, it looks like I thought I needed more help in my editing than I actually do, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete this extra repeat section. Here we go, we'll delete that. This should be seamless. Let's take a look. We're just trimming so much dead space out of this video to make it go quicker. This video cracks me up. All right. Oh, this video is really funny to me. Okay, let's go ahead and loop it. And do the fade here. And now let's watch the full loop of the video. So this is the burn yourself to death video. Perfect. All right. We'll call it Splode Mouse and Keyboard Render. So what are y'all's favorite roguelites? I think Glasses got cursed to -3. Holy crap. That's hard to do. I mean, I guess you could do like a cursed scroll of enchant. No, because even that wouldn't do Glasses, would it? I don't even know how you would do that. I guess if you had +2 Glasses and then drank like cursed water, then it could reverse the curse on your Glasses, and then that would be a -3. Something like that. That's all I can think of. Gosh, this editing is taking forever today. There's a lot of videos to do. Okay, we're gonna do the gamepad version of the same exact freaking video. Let's go ahead and save our movie file. Video, stream captures, trial demos, trial 8. And this is called trial 8. This movie file. Slashers Keep. You know, I was a little bit worried that that game was going to eat our lunch when it came out, but when it didn't have co-op and it didn't have nearly as many complicated RPG mechanics, it became a little more clear to me that the game was, not that there's anything wrong with it, but it's not really going to take our place in the market. It's not providing a lot of what we were providing. And so I stopped worrying about it. But it's good. You like it? Or it sounds like, based on what you said, you like Slasher's Keep? That's cool. I mean, I would like to play it. I mean, the whole reason why I joined the Barony team is because I like first-person roguelikes as an idea, and there aren't enough of them that feel like RPGs. And would you say that Slasher's Keep feels like an RPG? Because that's kind of one of my biggest criticism of most first-person roguelikes, is that they just feel like boomer shooters. Like, they don't really feel like RPGs, they just feel like action games. I think what happened is the Hamlet Joker threw curse water at you. Oh, goodness. What a dirtbag Joker. Yeah, getting cursed water thrown at you, that's a hell of a thing to happen. There's skills and perks you can unlock. And is that a roguelite? Do you keep those, or do they reset every run? Let me see if I have Slasher's Keep. I'm gonna be honest. One of the other things that turned me off about Slasher's Keep is that I really don't like the look of 2D weapons in your hand that have obviously just been tilted on a 3D card. I think that looks really, really cheap. Like, I'd rather it just be a 2D sprite that isn't tilted, but they tilt it, and I think it looks bad. But oh, that's, you like the 2D card? Sorry. Okay, well, hey, more power to you. Like, that's how Delver did it, and yeah, I just, I don't know. Makes it look a little cheesy to me, but that's alright. I know, looks aren't everything. That's one of the things we've been talking about in this conversation quite a bit, is that, you know, people passing on Barony because they don't like how it looks is unfortunate, so I don't want to be a hypocrite about that. It's aesthetically, I would use a different approach. Likes weird things that stick out. All right. Well, I certainly don't begrudge your preferences. I think... What am I doing in the rest of this video? Oh, I'm doing okay. So I'm gonna... I think I think the rest of this video I'm doing a potion of Thunderstorm brewing, so I'll keep that to the side here. Okay, so we stole some footage from the other one, the mouse and keyboard one, which is just fine. And let's see how seamlessly it plays together. Gamepad. Okay, that's perfect. Actually, is it perfect? It's actually not perfect. I need to redo the end here. Okay, much better. Make movie, save, advanced. And this is gonna be called Explode Gamepad. So I do not own Slasher's Keep. I'll go ahead and add it to my wish list. First-person roguelite with a focus on melee combat and loot. Yeah, I'm down with the focus on melee combat. I don't know about loot. Like, items are important. To me, there's a difference between RPG items, itemization, and loot. Loot, to me, is sort of the loot grind loop, where you're constantly replacing your equipment with something with slightly better stats. And that, to me, gets real tedious real fast. Like, don't get me wrong, I played through the entire story of Diablo 3 and its expansion, you know, and I like those games, but the loot grind can get very repetitive in a way that I don't like. Especially when it's attached to playstyle choices. It is like that. One thing you don't like. Oh, that's too bad. Loot is the bard's weapon. Good point. We need more games like Barony. Well, hopefully we will get to make more games like Barony in the future. But what have I done? What am I doing in this video? This is really funny. Okay, so I started doing this recording, but I didn't have the potions I needed, so in the video I go and I get the potions that I need first, which is just silly. Okay, so so something like this. Okay. All right. Barony in Space, System Shock vibe, DLC 3. Excuse me. I mean, we definitely have an idea for a sci-fi deep space game. I just made a video for making a speed potion. I don't think I should keep that in this video. I think I should... In fact, I don't think I need to show myself opening the Alembic anymore. I think I've shown that enough times that it's redundant now to just keep showing me opening the Alembic. It can start open, that's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna start the video right here instead. It makes way more sense. I can get rid of the zooming keyframes. There we go. But yeah, we have a lot of ideas for a deep space themed game. But our intention wasn't to make it a roguelike. But we did want to lean heavily on death having serious consequences and having procedural level design. I'm not sure if we're going to still make that game, but we've definitely talked a lot about it. What am I doing? Okay, let's start the video right here. Once I can make up my dang mind when I was recording. Okay, so that was the video of me creating that potion. And now I need to use the potion in that video as well, so the player can see what they're going to get out of following those instructions. Okay, now we do it with mouse and keyboard. Okay. Like Prey, the new one? Actually, yes. Like, if Prey was procedurally generated with co-op, then that's sort of the vision for the game that we're talking about. But that's obviously an extremely big project. And has a lot of unknowns. And given the budget that we're on now, we're just not sure if we can tackle that size of game. It would be cool. I would love to make a game like that. Okay, so we have these Thunderstorm Potions, but it's important to me to have a video of the player using them. So we have Thunderstorm... yeah, there's not much I can do more about that until I have the Thunderstorm video. I mean, I could just show the brewing. But I think it'd be better if I showed killing something. Yeah, Prey was a great game. We love immersive sims. I really wouldn't mind spending the rest of my career making immersive sims, whether they're immersive sim roguelikes or immersive sim Metroidvanias or whatever. I just think it's because not that many people are making immersive sims. I feel like we will always have an audience if we're making them because people love the genre, and the world needs more games like that. But they're also incredibly difficult to make, which is why more people don't make them. So you have to have tons of systems, or else they're not fun. You know what I mean? Like you just can't make an immersive sim without tons and tons of systems. What's your opinion about sandbox games like Minecraft, Mountain Blade, and Spore? I personally get pretty bored of sandbox games. I mean, maybe that's too harsh. It's not that, like, I'll play them for an amount of time until I feel like I've discovered all of the specific things I can do as a player, but then I don't play them anymore after that. Like, I don't like just playing around in the sandbox world for infinite hours. That's kind of not my scene. I want to do things purposefully. So, like, one of the things that was really exciting to me about Minecraft is when they added an end boss and a whole sequence of things you had to do to get to that boss. Because I played Minecraft for like 3 hours before that. But once there was a goal, like an objective and something meaningful to do, that's when I wanted to play Minecraft more, is there was something to accomplish. And before that, I wasn't really into it, if that makes sense. Gloomwood. I have not played Gloomwood. Project Zomboid. I've heard of it, but I haven't played it. Let me look up Gloomwood real quick. Gloomwood. Oh my gosh, it does. It looks exactly like Thief 2. Like everything about the environment looks exactly like Thief. That's really funny. Oh, release date September 6th. Okay, so it's not out yet. Interesting. David Zemansky. Why do I know that name? Excuse me. Dusk. Huh. Oh, whatever. Cool. Yeah, it looks great. Inspired by immersive sims of the 90s. Makes sense. I don't know how I feel about this video. Really love permadeath survival sandbox games like Project Zomboid: The Long Dark because of how much you can lose it when you die. Got all these partial videos. Would it be appropriate if I showed my goddaughter on the server? She's a Barony fan even if she's just 3 years old. I mean that's I can't advise you on that. You know, I think the official rules for Discord and most social internet services is 13 is the age they recommend. So if you know, if you have a you know, stuff that you want to show a child that's younger than that, then that kind of just has to be between you and the parents. I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to advise on that. You know, and I don't mean anything by that. Like, I don't have a strong opinion about it. It's just I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to advise on that. What do you mean on the server? If you're not talking about Discord, what are you talking about when you talk about the server? Oh, like a picture of your daughter or your goddaughter? Yeah, I mean that's gonna have to be up to you. I personally wouldn't show pictures of my kids, but she, you know, she's not my kid, so it's got to be up to you, dude. Yeah, well, if you're asking it if it's against the rules, it's not against the rules. But I'm not going to advise you on whether or not you should show a picture of a small child to a bunch of internet strangers. That's beyond my ability to advise. Or my willingness to advise. It sounded like I was judging you. Well, if you choose to read more into what I said than what I actually said, that's going to have to be on you. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, and if you want to and I don't intend anything beyond what I say. So that's you're gonna have to interpret that however you want to interpret it. I can't do anything more than that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Refrain if you like. Yeah. For me, it's not about a kind of judgment. It's just about. I told you what I would do, and I told you that it's not against our server rules or anything like that, and it has to be. It's kind of like attorney or doctor judgment. Like, I don't want to be responsible for anything that happens to you or another kid, and so I'm not going to advise on something when I don't want to be responsible for the results. Does that make sense? And so don't take my lack of desire to be responsible for that as the same thing as condemning it. It's my desire to stay uninvolved in that problem. What's your favorite all-time NPC? Midna from Twilight Princess. I think it was... Who was it? Was it Garvakin or... Somebody asked me last week what's the best written video game character of all time, in my opinion. And I think I ended up sort of picking V from Cyberpunk 2077. But for a more linear character that the player's in control of, excuse me, I chose, a linear character that the player is not in control of. I think I picked like Shodan. I just realized that I need to loop that video. Oh my gosh. Does this loop? All right. Yeah, John Marston is cool. I must have talked about Shodan, right? Like, Shodan is amazing. My favorite NPC is any I don't have to escort. That's funny. Talked most about V. Yeah, that makes sense. In part because I think V is underrated. I even think Johnny Silverhand is a little underrated. Okay, I need to pull out some from this video. So this video is going to start here. Captain Price, never heard of it. We're putting together a little narrative here in our video edit of what do I think of Geralt of Rivia. I mean, I like him in the TV show, but I haven't played enough of the video game to really have an opinion on Geralt. I think one of the things I like about Geralt is that, kind of like Aragorn, he shows strong, powerful masculinity while still showing that he cares about people. like the idea that I think it's important to promote healthy kinds of masculinity, and that's one of the reasons why I appreciate Aragorn as much as I do. And I think Geralt is sort of an extension of the same idea for me personally. Please explain this more on what's healthy masculinity. I mean, that's kind of a deep sort of philosophical discussion, but I mean, we'd first kind of have to agree on what masculinity even is, but you know, like, but what I'm talking about, whether or not you identify it as masculinity or not, is the instinct to you know, be self-sufficient and protect yourself and others from harm, to fight for the people that you love. I think those are just, you know, traditionally masculine traits that are healthy and laudable and useful and important for society, and society would be worse off without those things. And I think that's, you know, because like ambition is something that I think, so like ambition can be good or bad, right? And when ambition is fueled by selfish things like greed and a desire to dominate or whatever, then the idea of ambition itself gets sort of like a bad rap. But I don't think it should be that way. I think that ambition is extremely important. Like, without it, then the world would not be nearly as good of a place as it is. And I just think in general, people sort of lose sight of how much that sort of thing has built, and like how lucky we are to live in a society that we are, with people expressing those traits in a productive way. Okay, that's a good prepare yourself to fight slimes video. Yeah, I think, like, when it comes to like sort of this topic of, you know, we can get rid of this one. Of masculinity in general, I think the sort of narrative about masculinity in the modern discourse is that masculinity is bad, and I think without masculinity, the world would be a worse place, and it's a matter of having the right kinds of masculinity. I mean, it's just like Aragorn is such a good example of a character who's extremely masculine, and there's nothing toxic about him at all. He's just a good man. being healthily masculine, in your opinion, is not hiding all your emotions all the time. Well, I mean, like, I don't think there's any reason. Well, let me. I think the reason why hiding your emotions has been described as a masculine trait is because when a masculine person is suffering with their problems, a lot of times the right thing to do, or let's say the masculine thing to do, is to solve the problem, and not just wallow in negative emotion about it, but actually do something to fix it. And so sometimes that means allowing yourself to like, our emotions aren't always good things, you know what I mean? Like, you can let them control you, or you can use them to inspire your actions. And so again, like Aragorn, when he thinks that Merry and Pippin are dead, he is sad and angry, and he kicks his helmet and he breaks his toe. So he experiences emotions, and that's fine. But you also, like, you use those emotions to inspire action. Like, what are you gonna do to fix it? You know what I mean? Men don't cry is a stupid saying, and I hate it. Yeah. Well, and I think that's probably more or less common in different cultures. Like, my dad's a very sensitive guy, and I never got the impression that I wasn't allowed to be emotional. I probably cry more than my wife does, and that's fine. But I would also say that I'm much more masculine than my wife. So these are not contradictory statements, in my humble opinion. Do we need this second video of tapping? I don't think so. I don't think the second video of tapping is useful. It's hard for you to imagine either of us crying. Well, I guess we're not that public about our, most people aren't that public with their emotions. You know what, this is actually a much better video than my previous one for the spider. I already did that one though, so I'll leave that video alone for now. Ask her, see what she thinks. We've actually talked about that already, Garvikin, me and her. And well, I don't know what else to say without it being, like, very personal between me and my wife. But we are at peace in our relationship with who we are and our emotions. I guess I can just put it that way. Okay, actually, this is a good video. I don't have a video of killing a succubus, do I? Yeah, I mean, my wife and I have pretty much a policy of, you know, that it's okay for us to talk about anything with each other. Like, we trust each other completely, so we don't do a lot of hiding of our feelings from each other. 100 plus level and still in caves, getting a 6 ink. I just realized I need to cheat in the idea of drinking from another fountain here with editing. The magic of editing! Okay. So we're gonna pretend like that this is the same video. Actually, this is a great video for showing off the power of the Thunderstorm Potion. So I think I might actually just steal this clip to show that succubuses can spawn. And I'll cut it right here and I'll just zoom in on her. You're like, oh crap, it's a succubus! So like... Of course, the potion color changes from yellow to green, but whatever. Evil Smurf lady! Alright, let's this is the fountains video. So I can actually take this video back to when we're making the Thunderstorm Potion, which I believe is right here. So I'll move all these tracks up, and then I'll take these ones back. Because the idea is we're making the Thunderstorm Potion. Let's see how that looks. I need a little more time than that. Okay, that's good, and then we'll use that here. Okay, very good. All right, that is exactly how I hoped it would feel. You make this potion, you blow up a succubus with it. Perfect. So this is Gamepad, Thunderstorm. Boy, this has been a lot of stinking videos for alchemy. I knew it would be, but geez. I think that's it. I think I just wrapped up the last of the videos for alchemy. I thought that maybe there was another set of videos that I felt were rather incomplete. Like they lacked the like a follow-up clip that they would need to demonstrate what they're about. Let's watch this spider paralyzed one again. Okay, that's decent. This is the duplicate one. This one's fine. The second duplicate one. That one's the sickness one. And the second sickness one. Explosion one. I feel like there was one like really early on. Maybe it was these wheeled ones, but I guess we'll have to figure those out when we start implementing, because there's just too many. It's too much to manage all at one time. So I'll get all these in the game before I go back into making more of these videos. So these are all the videos that we just made for alchemy. Oh man, it loops so perfectly, I didn't even realize it was looping. Okay. Alright, with the alchemy videos that I had planned done, hold on, guy's asking me a question. Okay, so creating another new project. We have the tinkering videos, which are the most of any of them, for goodness sakes. It's going to require a lot of editing. Just pulling the first one in here. Lock picking. Simple enough. You know, this first video is great because it doesn't require any controls exposition, which I've been doing a lot of controls exposition with alchemy, and leadership. Yesterday, there's a lot of controls exposition with both of those, and so the editing has been more time consuming than the others. But that's like, that right there is just a great, concise little lock-picking video. Tells you everything you need to know. New folder, edited. All right, folks. Good time for me to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a flash. Oh, Garv, I missed your question. What is my favorite Thief game? I've only finished 2 of the 4 Thief games. So I think 2 is a lot of people's favorites, but because I didn't play enough of that one, it's hard for me to comment on that. What the heck am I doing in this video? Okay, so I've got equipping the Tinkerbox or the noisemaker, throwing the noisemaker, and attracting the troll all as part of one video, I guess. So anyway, so it's between Thief 1 and Thief 3 for me. Thief 3 is held back to some degree by the fact that it's made on the engine that the second Deus Ex game was made on. It's not a great game engine. All of the environments have to be really small, and it definitely looks dated by today's standards. But I didn't dislike those games. In fact, I think Thief 3: Deadly Shadows is a darn good Thief game. I like that it had free climbing up rock walls, which is something that feels extremely appropriate for the Thief series. And I also really like the variety in the level design. I think that it's stronger than Thief 1 in a lot of ways, in terms of like staying true to its themes. Like, I feel like the early levels in Thief 1 are really good, but then so many of the levels later are filled with, like, monsters and stuff, and you end up doing a lot more killing of those monsters. Whereas in Deadly Shadows, I felt like the focus is around sneaking the vast majority of the time, which is, I think kind of essential. So of the 2, I'd be tempted to say that Thief 3 is my favorite, which I know might be heresy, but I probably, if I'd played Thief 2, my experience or my opinion might be a little bit different. Oh, yours is Thief 3 also? Okay, cool. So maybe it's not so much heresy. That's cool. But you also love the new one. Well, like I said, I think when you brought it up yesterday, I definitely owe that game a play. I do own it, and there's no reason not to play it. Okay, so I've got probably 2 different videos here. I've got equipping the noisemaker and deploying it. As sort of the noisemaker sign video. And then I've got the bypassing the troll video to make. So So we'll go ahead and look at the troll. And we'll split this video here because the player's gonna and that is a good end to that video. Okay, good, good, good. Have you ever heard of Casey Edwards and Victor Borba's Bury the Light? No, never. Never heard of it. Excuse me. The tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. Thank you for the blessings. I'll DM you that song. Really, 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 really epic. Cool, cool. Happy to hear. Okay, this is Noisemaker. Actually, I'm just going to call it Deploy MK. Citadel combat theme, that's awesome. Ink, I'm kind of glad that you asked earlier about like what does healthy masculinity mean, because I think, oh, you know what? I didn't format these videos properly. I think it's kind of like a modern tragedy that that people think that there's, it seems like the only way in which people discuss masculinity is toxic masculinity. And that's really unfortunate. Like, there's so much to love about what masculine strength does for the world. And I have a son, you know, and I want to raise him to be the best man he can be. And I don't think that includes him having to apologize for being a man. And we've talked about The Boys a few times, because I'm still watching through it. And one of the things that has frustrated me a bit about watching The Boys is that I've noticed that there's no such thing as a healthy male character on that show. I can't think of a single example of a character who's healthy and shows healthy masculinity. And the closest that you get is Huey, but even he, in an episode in season 3, turns out to have sort of this toxic side where he can't allow a woman to be the stronger one in the relationship, that he has to be, you know, the male savior. And meanwhile, all of the women on that show are simply victims of their circumstances. Like, there's no such thing as a corrupt woman. There's just a woman that's a victim of her circumstances. And I just don't think that's an accurate representation of reality. I don't think it's a good example for my children. You know what I mean? To think that you know, all women are victims and all men are victimizers. That's kind of how I feel like that show displays that relationship sometimes. And it's like, it's something I probably wouldn't care that much about, except for that I'm raising a son. And I have to, it's my duty to make sure he's the best man that he can be. And that is a good thing. It's a good thing. It's nothing to apologize for. Garvikin, you said I do not agree on that one. On what one? I mean, I kind of described a lot of different things at the same time. You think there's a healthy male character on that show? Because I haven't seen it. Got a shadow of a shadow. The guy's part? Everyone in that show is broken? I mean, I guess I think everybody makes mistakes, but I think what you consistently see is that the mistakes that the men make on that show are because they're broken inside, whereas the mistakes that women make on that show are because they are subject to the circumstances that men cause for them. Like, the only reason why Starlight makes any mistakes is because she's trying to work within this organization of men. Does that make sense? I guess like there are some female characters that are broken, like Starlight's mom. Like, she never has any excuse. So that's an example of one of the female characters actually making her own mistakes. She's just one of the characters in The Boys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mean to get too prescriptive about my opinion on this TV show. It's just a freaking TV show. It's just a pattern I notice is that, like, at first we sort of think of Maeve as part of the machine, but then we reveal, you know, she actually was a good guy until, you know, sort of Homelander and the organization demonstrated to her that the only way to survive is to do things the way they do things, and then she just sort of goes with the flow. But if it wasn't for the men, she wouldn't have done anything wrong. It's kind of how it's presented. You know? DuckTales, that's really funny. Okay. Darn it. I need to redo that video because the wrap-up video doesn't have the proper framing. Same with this one. Gosh darn it. Alright. Alright. No big deal. I'll just recapture these videos. We're lucky they're so short so I can re-render them without too much trouble. I don't know how I feel about that editing. Let's see how it looks. I think that's good. Okay. We've got this door crank video. What is my favorite show of all time? That's a tough one. Because there's, even thinking about it, there's not that many shows, TV shows that I would re-watch. Like, I am watching Batman the Animated Series with my daughters, which is an extremely good show. Like, it's way ahead of its time, in my opinion, when it comes to good TV dramas, let alone animated TV dramas. Like, it's remarkably good. I think that's where we want that. I really liked Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's funny that I'm talking about animated shows mostly. You know, there's a lot I love about The Expanse. I just think I'm hungry for more sci-fi in general. And The Expanse is really good sci-fi. There's some things about it that you know, they're a little wonky, but it's still a good show. think that is a great video. I think that's done. You know, like, it's really tragic. Like, I would have, if Game of Thrones stopped at season 5, I would have cited that show as being incredibly good. But, man, after season 5, it's so bad. Really disappointing. Breaking Bad was great. Sopranos is great. The first season of The Mandalorian was exceptional. Jon Favreau, what a legend, dude. That guy really knows what he's doing. Alright, we'll save that as crank lever. Or timed lever. Game of Thrones turns you off, that's fine. Doctor Who, I never really watched Doctor Who. I watched like, I don't know, 4 episodes of Doctor Who when I was home sick from work one day, like 14 years ago. And it was fine, but it's like, I never, like, it didn't excite me to the point where I wanted to come back, you know what I mean? So it never really stuck with me. Trial 9. Honestly, Rick and Morty is amazing. I freaking love Rick and Morty. Like, the fact that Rick and Morty got thrown under the bus because people didn't like the fan base, I think is a shame. Because there's a lot that's, in my opinion, so smart about Rick and Morty. Mostly because I think I really like Dan Harmon, and his story circle, I think, is really an ingenious way to do serial storytelling. It's kind of the opposite of Larry David, who's the original writer for Seinfeld. Like in Seinfeld, Larry David wanted to make sure that the characters never grew or showed any sort of like responsible humanity or like wholesome humanity, because that's what made the show funny. And I really respect that, because it's like there's a lot of great rules in storytelling about how to make really human characters that people relate to. And then Larry David is like, yes, now we're going to throw all of those out because it's funnier when they're not there. And to me, that's just like really brave. And it's kind of a testament to why Seinfeld is so funny, like how it stayed the test of time, because it's so unusual. But Seinfeld is not in like my top 10 series of all times. You know, it's a fine comedy show, but it's deliberately inhuman in how it treats its characters, and that's what makes it so funny. But Rick and Morty is kind of the opposite with Dan Harmon, because to him it's important that every character is always growing, but that growth comes at a cost, and things never turn out the way you want them to. And I think that's a very human way to tell stories, despite the universe of Rick and Morty being as ridiculous as it is. And so I think that's special. The fact that you can take sort of the fundamental human elements of storytelling and boil them down to a rule set that remains reliable. I'm really impressed by that. Yeah, Community is a great show. You feel like Rick and Morty's overrated? That's fine. That doesn't upset me. Uh, yeah, like Larry David had 2 rules for Seinfeld, and that is nobody ever grows. If the character grows as part of the storyline, then that part of the storyline gets cut. And then the second thing is the characters never hug, so they never show any like human love for one another. And that's just like, it's very bold risk to take, to be like, no, we're deliberately going to make all of our characters unchanging and unlikable, and that's what makes the show entertaining. Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but yeah, I find that very, very funny that he's able to accomplish what he did. Yeah, I mean, Bob's Burgers is great. I think The Great North, made by the same creator, might be even better, because the thing I like about both of those shows is they're both incredibly wholesome. And like, I feel like Bob's Burgers is one of the first shows I've seen in a long time where the dad figure wasn't just a walking mockery. He's actually one of the most kind and loving characters on the whole show. And that's what makes him, that's why we love him, I think. And then sort of the downside of Bob's Burgers is that a lot of the other characters can be really thoughtless and selfish. And I think they play that up for comedy, which is fine. But kind of what it means is that the soul of the show, kind of gets sacrificed for the laughs sometimes. And, which again, there's nothing wrong with that. But The Great North is just like continually human and kind, and everybody's doing their best, and if you haven't seen The Great North, I would recommend it. It's a very wholesome cartoon show. Okay, that's good enough there, I think. What's your favorite show, Garf? Awesome. Community or Daredevil? Oh yeah, you did just say Community is your favorite. I watched the first couple episodes of Daredevil on Netflix, and I think that was a good show. I kind of regret that I didn't watch more of it, but I've kind of like reached my limit on superhero stuff. It's just been so much, You did that too after Endgame. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have a deactivate video that we can reuse both for gamepad and for mouse and keyboard, which is great. How about you, Ink? You have a favorite show? No, you're boring. Do you watch TV? Used to nowadays, you barely got anything interesting on it. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I have been rewatching more older movies. My oldest daughter is, I think I might have mentioned this on stream before, but she's really finding that she prefers movies that were made in the 80s and 90s. She just thinks they're better movies, which I would have to agree with, which is exactly what an old man would say, but here I am. Oh, goodness. What the heck? Why is Alexa trying to do, or Siri trying to do stuff? I never... No, it's Alexa. I've never activated Alexa, and she's like suddenly asking if I want help. No, thank you. Get out of my business. I think I have several favorite movies: Adventures of Shark Boy and Lava Girl, Lemony Snicket's Sears, Unfortunate Events, Cat in the Hat. Yeah, I of that group, Unfortunate Events is pretty much the only in that group that I've seen. My daughters are huge fans of the series of Unfortunate Events TV series on Netflix. And they would say, and have said recently, that they believe it's much better than the movie. I said to them that I feel like it's very similar to the movie. Like in art direction and the way that it does the storytelling and the music and even the acting, I think is very similar to the movie. So if you like the movie a lot, Inc., I think that you would probably like the series as much or even more. Yeah, I'd recommend it for any fan of the show, or of the movie, I should say. Artifacts in the video there. And it's not looking good from you. Okay. My favorite movie of all time, I think, is Aliens. James Cameron's Aliens movie, in my opinion, is exceptional. I just think it's probably the best action film ever made. I think that Ellen Ripley is an incredibly compelling heroine. And like her relationship with Newt and how fearless she is with in protecting Newt from the alien queen. I just think that's an exceptional movie. I really, really love it. I'm also a huge fan of just seeing the first one. That's cool. I'm also a huge fan of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That's one of those movies that I could watch over and over again. I love noir films. Wow, what is going on with that camera transition? That's really bad. Oh, okay, that's what's going on. Okay, let's stop doing that. Yeah. Let's transition right here instead. We don't need all that. Yeah, xenomorphs. You know, Alien 1 is a good horror movie, but there's so much that's different about Aliens in terms of an action flick that it's just really, really strong. It's just a great movie. I mean, so many awesome characters. All the Marines are really cool characters. I think it's hard to do something like where you have so many characters and you introduce them in such a short amount of time and you can fall in love with them all instantly. I think that's a really incredible accomplishment in terms of the writing. But Who Framed Roger Rabbit, like, when I first saw that as a kid, like, I kind of considered myself too, like, oh, all this cartoon stuff is really cheesy and childish, and I sort of thought that was the bad part of the movie. But the way that that translated into like really clever storytelling and metaphor, I just thought was really, really well done. Yeah, Who Framed Roger... the more film noir you've seen, the better of a movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit becomes, in my opinion. Also, guilty pleasure. I think that Wayne's World is underrated. I think that's just a really good comedy about rock and roll. And if you care about, you know, rock and roll music, it's just probably one of the best comedies out there. It's ridiculous and a good guy. Okay. And I talk just like this! Yeah. Nah, Who Framed Roger Rabbit's great. Okay, that definitely doesn't need to go on that long. So let's split that there, and then... Alright, let's see this loop. Alright, that's good. It's a good dummy bot movie. Never seen it, now you know you have to. Well, I mean, yeah, Garv, if you like film noir, and you like unique genre-bending movies, then, like, it's hard not to love Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It also might be one of those kinds of movies that maybe it's not as exciting until you've seen it a couple times. Like, Napoleon Dynamite was one of those movies that I did not understand why people liked that movie when it first came out. But then I watched it twice. Like, the second time I watched it, I thought it was genius. But before that, I thought it was kind of dumb. I was like, what's the plot? There's no plot in this dumb movie. And there isn't. There really isn't much of a plot in that movie. But it's got such funny character moments that are just so silly. Talked about the other one. I see. Gotcha. Aliens. Oh, rock and comedy. Yeah, Wayne's World. Wayne's World. It's so quotable. It's kind of dumb like Napoleon Dynamite is. But it actually does have a pretty strong plot for being a comedy. Treasure Planet. Yeah. I watched it like once 5 years ago. It's a good movie. Definitely sort of an end of the Disney animation era. Oh, goodness. So many videos to edit. Getting sleepy, so you'll be off for now. Thanks for the stream, Sharp, for being weird. No, it wasn't weird. I was just letting you know that I can't advise you on that. Squeal again over your wife appearing. Yeah. Alright, you have a good one. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out, Ink. Hey, welcome to the stream, Pegwin. Good to see you. Missed the last stream. What cool things happened? Well, yesterday I was editing, much like I am today. So, if you want to see more video editing, you can check out my VOD on YouTube. So definitely editing is a different kind of stream. I've been doing it for so long now that I'm getting a little sick of it, if I'm being honest, which I am. Especially Trials 7, 8, and 9 are just so dense with videos, and a lot of them are just the same video twice because I need controls shown for mouse and keyboard and gamepad, and so it's just like, I feel like I'm doing everything twice, and it's very tedious. Not to complain too much, sorry. But it is, I know that it's going to be satisfying. This is going to be extremely useful for users, I think. Once I have this all in. So I'm hopeful that it will be worth it in the end. Double the fun, that's right. Alright, let's see how this loops. This is the gamepad look at command sign. And it's just going to loop just like that. Did that had wrong... Here, let me get rid of the keyframes in here, because that's creating problems. There we go. Let's try that again. Seen Better Call Saul? No, I haven't. I've heard really good things about it, which is impressive considering it's a Breaking Bad spin-off. I didn't expect it to be so well received, so I'm happy that it is. That's pretty uncommon for a spin-off to be that well regarded. It's really saying something. Okay, look at gamepad render. And we're going to do the mouse and keyboard version of this. Wasn't letting me add keyframes for some reason. Why can't I modify the frame here?
All right. Kind of bypassed that problem. Okay, got these look at command ones done. Oy. Doing the double videos is really the most painful. I don't know that I need a video for bear traps. I don't think I'm going to do the... Yeah, I think I'm just going to discard the rest of this. I don't think I need a video for bear traps. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. And the sign says enough about them. It isn't like a sequence of instructions like the ones I've been doing are. So I don't want to waste time on that. Oh my gosh. Something is wrong. I'm not able to make direct modifications. I can do copy pastes, but not direct modifications to the... Hold on. 366. Yeah, it's like undoing everything I do. I'm gonna go and save it. I think I'm going to take another quick bathroom break here. I'll be back in a minute, y'all. Thanks for your patience. Alright, folks. I took a moment to reset my movie studio program in hopes that it would let me start doing more editing again, because it seems to be important to what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, I rebooted it and it works fine now. Good and bad to know. Like, it'd be better if my my movie editing tool just didn't stop working. But what are you gonna do? It's a computer. Let's talk fun topics. Anybody viewing the stream, anybody got favorite foods? I'm a big foodie. I really like all sorts of cuisine. And I like to cook. Taco and pizza. I mean, those are amazing. This first one's gonna be a nice short little video. Just deploying the gyrobot. Yeah, tacos are incredible. Good enough for me. I think I might... do a little editing here so that this video can be a vertical one. I think that's good. What do you think about pineapple on pizza? So I used to really, really hate it. And it was mostly... The thing that I hated about pineapple on pizza is that when you bite into it, it just explodes with so much liquid. Like, it's just so much juice. And it's warm juice that I did not find that experience enjoyable. But it wasn't until later that I learned that I actually like the flavor just fine. I don't have any problem with the flavor. And so the best way that I've had pineapple on pizza is when the pineapple is cut up very, very small. That's why you hate it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, and the taste. Well, that's fair. But, like, I would never order pineapple on pizza, but if there was pineapple on a pizza and the pineapples are cut up very small, I would eat it that way. Because then the pineapple isn't so big and it doesn't hold on to as much wetness. And actually the cooking of the pizza dries out the pineapple so it's not so wet. But usually when people have it, the chunks of pineapple are like, you know, the size of Jolly Ranchers. Like, they're pretty dang big. And, and that's too much. I do not like that much liquid and hot juice in my mouth. Not a big fan of it. Like, I like juice, but when was the last time you drank hot juice? I don't drink hot juice. Pegwin, are you a big fan of hot juice? I'm mostly just teasing you, but... Yes, thanks, Garbican. You have not noticed the hot juice. Okay. That's fine. I don't hold it against you. Maybe you just have better. The pizza places you order from, maybe they're just better than the ones that I have. I'm trying to get away with something in this video when I was recording. Once again, I'm doing this strategy in my recording where I know that I'm going to have to edit both controls of videos, and so that I don't have to reset the scene more than once, I pretend like I'm going to issue the order with the gamepad here, and then I don't actually issue it, so that when I do issue it, then I can reuse the video for both, which is just so hilariously lazy. I suppose it's not any more lazy than it is efficient. Big brain move. Yeah, I'm not sure what was happening. My gyrobot was acting kind of weird. So this is the gamepad. This is the mouse and keyboard. And then this is the one where it actually picks up the object. And oh my gosh, this is gonna get even longer. Okay, now we're commanding with the mouse and keyboard to move. All right, and then we're commanding to drop. Oh, right, and then I dropped it in the wrong spot, and then I had to make it pick it up again. And then we're commanding it to drop. I accidentally commanded it to move aside instead of drop. Oh my gosh. Wow, and it looks like I just got sick of taking video, and I didn't bother getting a drop video for mouse and keyboard. Or maybe I did, and it was earlier. Goodness sakes. Was it this one over here? Okay, here's where I do the mouse and keyboard drop. But he drops it in the wrong spot. So I can keep the command part of this and not show the actual drop part of this because it's bad. Oh my gosh. This is starting to wear on me, this amount of work. Okay, so we have mouse and keyboard. And then this is agnostic. Gamepad, mouse and keyboard. The agnostic pickup, so I need to copy this one. And then it's edited to pick it up, okay. Actually, the beginning of this one has some HUD on the screen, so I need to get rid of that. And I can do that just by shrinking this down a little bit. Okay, that's fine. I don't know what I was doing. Because I'm gonna dupe this one, I might as well edit it a little more. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Okay, does this flip. So now I can copy paste this. And this can go forward here. And this is the mouse and keyboard, so this goes over here, right there. Oh my gosh, and that's dropped for gamepad only. Wait a second. Okay, this is mouse and this. Oh, this is gamepad. Gamepad. Okay, we're actually gonna. This is mouse and keyboard. This is gamepad. Let's watch this real quick. Interact. Oh my gosh, that's the slowest. Let's fix that. Let's just speed this up dramatically. And that should be much faster. We're gonna interact with the tinkering kit. It's gonna zoom in. And then we're gonna... Okay, and we don't have a move to for gamepad. Here's the move to for mouse and keyboard. All right, so mouse and keyboard interact. I'm gonna make it so I didn't miss this targeting here. Split that. And then the gyro bot picks it up, and then I command it to move here. And I don't have a move to for gamepads. That's drop for gamepads, and I don't have a drop for mouse and keyboards. I see what happened. I took 2 gamepad videos and no mouse and keyboard videos, which is just exactly what we wanted. Just perfect. Okay. So we have a gamepad, one of these that'll at least play, right? I like how my character's skin color changes partway through the video too, so that's cool. That's what I get for having this in multiple cuts or takes. And then I don't have a move to... Ugh, this is a nightmare, dude. I should just go redo both of these recordings so that I have one contiguous video for each of these, so I'm not trying to do all this after the fact, because it is a nightmare and then the end result is not very good. It takes me for freaking ever. Interact. And then move to, but then I don't have a drop. I mean, I have this drop that I could take from right here. Yeah, but it's... Dude, that was a lot of editing for nothing, though. I'm going to have to redo both of those. I'm going to have to retake both of those. I wish I had learned that a lot faster. Yeah, it's funny. This is the first one of these videos that I just like. That was really a waste of time. Most of them I've been able to salvage something really useful out of it. But I just think I'm... I was up really late at night recording these, and I think I was probably out of it. All right, well, we've gotten through about half of the tinkering videos. And I'm running out of patience with this, so I think probably now is a good time for me to stop the stream. I can go move on to something else on my own without sort of the build-up of frustration I've had with some of this editing. So I think probably now's a good time to call the stream. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Thanks for hanging with me. It's been a good work day. The stream is about as long, maybe, yeah, it's almost exactly the same length as it usually is. I just got started a little early today, so yeah, this is probably the right time to call it. So anyway, thanks for hanging out. You know what? Be good to others while you're at it. Be good to yourself. Cheers, Pegwin. Cheers, Garfikin. You have a good one. Bye-bye.